Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. Instead of guessing who to trust, you can see structured verification and analysis behind every major issue. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream, and thank you so much for tuning in to another show. Now, Iran is under attack from both the United States and Israel after a declaration came from the American president, Donald Trump, who is actively declaring war against Iran. It wasn't only the American side, the Israelis participated in the attack as well. Iran had an immediate and very large response against multiple assets of the United States in the Middle East region, alongside multiple strikes against Israel. This is looking like it's going to be an ongoing conflict. It's not going to be a short conflict. And in this video and in this live stream, we're going to try and exactly understand what's happening initially from the developments that are happening on the ground. Let's begin with the statement of Donald Trump. Donald Trump had a statement to the press. This is what he had to say.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people.
Let's get everything straight. We have an American president who is mentioned thousands of times according to several reports in the Epstein files. These mentions in the Epstein files include Donald Trump raping children, abusing them, and potentially murdering them too. Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli asset. Israel uses the Epstein files as leverage to blackmail Donald Trump. Donald Trump himself doesn't necessarily want a war with Iran because he knows it's pointless. As a matter of fact, he was the president who was against all wars. He was criticizing the war against Iraq. He was criticizing the previous President Barack Obama when he was threatening Iran. And now all of a sudden, he's saying that he's attacking Iran because he wants to protect the American people. Garbage, nonsense. You are blackmailed by Israel because you were in the Epstein files and they're using that card against you, and you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison. That's the moral of the story here. We have a genocidal entity and a pedophile protecting regime, both combined, conducting an attack against Iran. And where did they begin the attack against Iran? In a place called Palestine Square. Do you know why it's called Palestine Square? The place that houses one of the main offices of the supreme leader, Sayyid Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, alongside other government buildings. Why is it called the Palestine Square? Because Iran supports the Palestinian cause, not just by words, but by action too. And Israel doesn't like the fact that there's a country called Iran standing up with its feet solid on the ground against all of this arrogance coming from the pedophile protecting regime of Donald Trump and the child murdering, depraved Zionists butchering children left, right, and center every single day in Gaza. Telling you about Iranian people. Boo-hoo. You kill your own people. ICE agents kill Americans in broad daylight. You're telling me you care about the Iranian lives and Iranian liberty and freedom? Israel attacking Iran for the sake of who? For the sake of the Iranian people? When they use their own Israelis as cannon fodder in this death machine of Zionism, butchering infants in Gaza? Is that the story? Or is the story that you have a nation that will not surrender to any of you murdering, pedophile, protecting regimes? Is that the story? Is the story Khamenei not being in the Epstein files and none of the Iranian leaders? Is that the story? Is the story Iran defending the Palestinian people and the Palestinian resistance against the depraved, child-killing, murdering Zionists? Is that the story? And they won't kneel down to you and your financial backers and your cult, as we saw clearly in the Epstein files. Child sacrifice, eating infants. Iran is none of that. So when they tell you it's a battle between the dark forces and the light forces, we know very well who are the forces of the light and enlightenment and who are the forces of evil and darkness. It's necessary for everyone to know these things, because Donald Trump, and you can see from his video, by the way, he doesn't look convinced. Don't tell me that that man is convinced. Look at him. Look at him wearing stupidly wearing a cap, USA cap. What do you think you are like that? Half asleep. Clearly someone told him what to say. Don't tell me he's convinced. He's blackmailed. He's blackmailed because, according to the Epstein files, the man is a pedophile who raped children and potentially murdered them too. Now, let's get into what happened, and a lot happened. The strikes began. The United States and Israel started to carry out attacks in Palestine Square and in the government square in Iran, and civilians were targeted as well inside of Iran. There were civilian casualties in Iran. Iran, within minutes, sirens started to ring in the occupied territories of Palestine, and the Iranian missiles started to land. This wasn't an all-out response. It was just an initial, a beginning response. But that initial response was a very solid and strong response coming from Iran. According to multiple reports, 3 waves of attacks against Israel so far, and at least 4 American bases hit in Bahrain, the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and according to some reports, in Jordan too. We're going to share some of the videos that came from the attacks that took place and the activities that are happening. Firstly, the United States clearly used some cruise missiles. These were some of the videos that were published from next to Erbil in Iraq of cruise missiles on the way to Iran. So these were the initial missiles that were going towards the Iranian direction, and there were strikes in the city of Bushehr in Iran, alongside in Tehran and multiple other parts too, as we can see in this video over here.
Voy, voy.
یا خدا
یا امام حسین
شهر موشکی جمع زیدن
شهر موشکی یا خدا خدا یا خدا خدا.
These were the initial strikes that were taking place against Iran. Then immediately after that, very quickly, we started to see missiles landing in Israel, as we can see in this video over here. This was one of the missiles that landed. Some of them landed in Ashkelon, in Tel Aviv, and in other parts of the Galilee. The initial reports came from the Galilee region and the Haifa region that is being attacked. Some missiles are landing in multiple parts. The Israeli air defense systems are active left, right, and center. And there were initial reports coming from Iran about the activation of the Iranian Air Force, as we can see in this video over here. This appears to be a MiG-29 that belongs to the Islamic Republic's Air Force, deployed immediately after the attacks began against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Israel said that it actually declared a state of emergency all across the country, and they carried out a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats against the state of Israel, and therefore they expect attacks to come against Israel in the form of missiles and drones. So the Israeli genocide minister, aka the defense minister, he said that there is the emergency situation is active all across the country, and they need to adhere to the home front command when it comes to all of the instructions. Iran's attacks did not stop with Israel. This is the 5th Fleet base in Bahrain. Have a look.
Missile threat warning. Target shelter immediately. Shelter in place. Missile threat warning. Target shelter immediately. Shelter in place. Missile threat warning. Target shelter immediately.
There were also multiple other attacks being conducted by the Islamic Republic of Iran. There are a couple of other angles of this attack. It's a very significant, substantial attack. Have a look at this video over here. Again, that was the 5th Fleet that the United States evacuated, by the way, the destroyers and the warships, but there's, of course, the HQ. That was the HQ that was attacked earlier on in Bahrain. As we can see, substantial damage, potential total destruction, because a heavy missile landed there. It appeared to be a very heavy missile landing in that area. In Israel, there were more videos of damage in the area of Holon, which is in the southern coastal part of occupied Palestine, with smoke coming out from multiple locations. This looks like a bus parking area or a base. It wasn't really clear what the place that was attacked, but let me clarify something. Iran's initial attack targeted multiple locations in the genocide state. The sirens began primarily around the bases of Israel: Nevatim, Hatzerim, Ramat David, and Uvda. Uvda has the F-22s. The others, they have F-35s and other fighter jets too. And all of these bases are used to conduct acts of genocide and war crimes, not only against the Palestinian people, but against other countries too. So these were the initial places that sirens came out from, although there were sirens being heard all across the country, and there were missiles, of course, landing on the genocide state in multiple parts. This was another angle of the attack in Bahrain. Have a look at this. This was the angle from Bahrain. That was just one of the locations that Iran attacked. There were other images coming out from the same attack that took place. This one is a very clear video over here.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
That is the headquarters, the HQ of the American Fifth Fleet. Clearly, you're getting bombarded to pieces by an Iranian missile landing on the HQ of the American fleet. But that wasn't all. That wasn't the end of it. Iran carried out more strikes on other parts too. This was actually another angle. I'll give you as many angles as possible of this attack. Have a look at this. So that was the American Fifth Fleet that is based in Bahrain that was attacked. Reports came from Israel about a lot of damage in multiple locations. This was a video being published about damage of the missiles landing in the genocide state. And this could be, by the way, just a part of a missile, or maybe a limited damage that happened, not as a direct missile hit, perhaps, but maybe remnants or a multi-warhead missile. I don't think they landed multi-warhead missiles so far. So these were the attacks, and reports about, of course, interception. Who is intercepting the Iranian missiles? The Jordanian king. And this is a missile that landed in the Jordanian Irbid. Have a look at this. So the Jordanian king is intercepting Iranian missiles so that they can land on the Jordanian people. And that was one of the missiles that were heading towards the genocide state. But the king of Jordan decided that he needs to protect Israel and intercept the Iranian missiles. Now, these were, of course, the initial videos that came in. What did Iran say? What did Iran say? Because they tried to, they targeted Israel, and the United States targeted the decision-making hubs, the political complex, and the complex of the supreme leader of Iran, Palestine Square. What are they sending? What message are they sending with that? Is that we want to take your heads down from the top to the bottom. And Trump has the audacity to tell the people like, oh yeah, don't help the supreme leader, and if you deflect, then we'll have to. Do you think they are American soldiers carrying out acts of disobedience in the USS Gerald Ford and filling the toilets with shirts so that they can't go and die for a genocidal entity? Do you think Iran is like that? You're delusional if you think the Iranians are like that. But again, it's part of the game that they're playing. And Donald Trump, again, everything that he's doing, don't be surprised if everything is scripted. Donald Trump himself didn't necessarily want this, by the way, but it's just he's blackmailed by the Epstein files and the pedophilia network. And he wants to be out of prison. He doesn't want to go into prison for the rest of his life. What did Iran say? The head of the Iranian National Security Committee on the aggression said that you have now embarked on a path whose end is no longer in your hands. The head of the National Security and Foreign Policy Committee in the Iranian parliament, Ibrahim Azizi, comments on the American-Israeli aggression against Iran and threatens, saying, now you have started a path whose end is no longer in your hands. To be fair, they told them that. the senior advisor to the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Shamkhani, told them there's no such thing as a limited strike. That's an illusion. One strike against us means all-out war. And Iran just proved that. Initial strike, just an initial strike from the pedophile protecting regime of the US and Trump and the genocide state regime against Iran led to Iran landing waves of attacks against the genocide entity, its bases, and American bases and assets in the Gulf region. Immediately. And what's going to happen now? Is Trump going to say, oh, we ended it? First, it's going to look like an embarrassment. What do you mean? They need to increase the attacks against Iran to make it look like something is happening. As in, the United States and Israel really need to go all out if they want something to happen. And then it's going to be hell. Do you know what hell is? Iran and the resistance fronts will show the child-killing pedophiles and pedophile protectors hell on earth. This is what's coming for them. Now we just had a declaration. Firstly, there were multiple reports about the Iraqi resistance beginning to target American assets. And we had a report from Ansarullah, multiple reports. I'm not sure if the report was official. I'm going to have to check that for you, that they're going to begin operations in the Red Sea. Ansarullah are going to resume the operations in the Red Sea against any American and Israeli assets and any linked assets in the region. Which would mean, well, that's going to mean that that's it. And we haven't spoken yet about, Hezbollah in Lebanon or what have you. Iran officially called this True Promise 4. For all of you out there who loved True Promise 1, 2, and 3, Iran is continuing to send you their love by naming this campaign True Promise 4. Al-Wa'd al-Sadiq 4, or Wa'duhu Sadiq 4. The true promise. They promised and they delivered, and they are delivering. Now, it's very unlikely, by the way, that the United States and Israel are going to stop with this. And look at the Iranian people, by the way. This is just outside of the University of Tehran. The people are performing prayers outside, challenging the United States and Israel. Look at that. We're not. So the students are out praying outside the University of Tehran, telling the United States and Israel, you think you're gonna make the Iranian people to surrender? You don't know who you're dealing with. Really, the Epstein regime and the genocide regime, they really don't know who they're dealing with. Do you think the Iranians are like your cowards? What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? These people are full of resilience. Now, there are a couple of videos now being circulating. The first one is apparently the United States carried out a strike in the Narmak area of the former home of President MahmoudOD in this strike over here, according to the reports. If the American Epstein regime are targeting homes now, former homes of previous presidents of Iran, that is proving that they are targeting the civilian locations deliberately, by the way. And if it's a former home of a former president, shows also lack of intel. What are you targeting exactly? And I mean, the fact that they targeted the complex of the supreme leader of Iran, what do you think is going to be there? Do you think the Iranian supreme leader is going to sit in the HQ knowing that there's an attack coming? So what we can see here from the initial attack of Israel in Iran is that they have less intel, they have less of an edge than the previous attacks that took place. There were several figures from the Iranian army who were martyred in the previous attack of Israel back in June. This time it doesn't look like it's the case. And from Qatar, although Qatar officially said that they intercepted the attacks that came from Iran, this video just came out from Qatar. Again, according to the reports, this is from Qatar, although Qatar said that we intercepted the attack. And Iran attacked bases in Bahrain, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. According to some reports, Qatar, there were reports that a base was attacked in Jordan as well. And in the UAE, by the way, they reported that there were casualties there following the attack that took place from Iran. Okay. What does Israel want out of this? And what are we expecting moving forward? Israel wants Iran to completely surrender. That's the true story. Israel wants Iran to completely surrender, the establishment to surrender, and the supreme leader to surrender. Israel is planning to have a prolonged period of escalation between them and Iran too. The fact that Israel is now, by the way, calling out more reservists from the Israeli terror army indicates that they're preparing for a very long war. This is not just going to be a war that is going to end like in days or what have you. Because if the aim is like what they're saying, taking down the establishment, firstly, but next to impossible, really. They're delusional. The Zionists are delusional. But that's what happens with arrogance, you see. The Zionists and the pedophile protectors of the United States regime, they're very arrogant. And when they become very arrogant, they start thinking that they can either buy everyone or topple everyone, and heaps of arrogance. They don't understand the concept of faith, resistance, dignity. They don't understand these things. Because their whole view, their whole approach is different, animalistic. At the end of the day, we're talking about people here involved in child trafficking, pedophilia, and child sacrifice. Let's not forget, these are the main motives. The main motives of Donald Trump to carry out this attack against Iran, this act of aggression, is the fact that he's being blackmailed by Israel, because Epstein is a Zionist. Epstein is an Israeli asset. And Donald Trump doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in prison. But what are they going to do with Iran? You see, if Iran's attack, if Iran's initial response was so harsh and so severe, then what do you think is going to come next? And what are you going to do what are you going to say? Oh, we want a ceasefire in a few days' time? Do you think that Iran is going to accept a ceasefire next time? They just told you. They just said it very clearly. You started this war. You will not be the one that's going to end it. It's no longer in your hands. We are the decision makers. So Israel and the United States, they need to think very carefully about what they're going to do next. Is the United States going to increase now more the attacks against Iran to a level where they would attract more attacks against American assets and Israel in the region? Are they prepared for that scenario? And how is that going to be used as leverage against the Iranian establishment exactly? How is a larger strike going to convince the supreme leader in Iran or the Iranian government that we need to go back and talk? It's clearly not going to happen. And it's all an embarrassment, by the way. It's all an embarrassment. However, the interesting thing here is that from an Iranian perspective, they can actually be an open front now up until they dictate what happens on the ground. Whether it's to do with the American bases in the region that are becoming a huge liability for all of the hosting countries, or just go all out and demand the dismantling of the Zionist apartheid entity. Say that that's it. The Zionist entity must be dismantled. They need to be disarmed. And we need to have a full solution there. Is it possible? Listen, well, everything is possible now. Iran was in the middle of talks with the United States. Look at what the United States does. Look at these people, not just killers and murderers and child rapists and what have you. They have no good quality whatsoever. No integrity, no respect, nothing. Nothing whatsoever. They were in talks. The Omani mediator said that the talks were going well too. Now, we all knew that it was a cover-up, to be fair. But I'm just saying, even at a talk level, right? You were talking to them and all of a sudden they carry out this operation. But again, the Epstein files speak much louder than any common sense. The videos of Donald Trump doing these things speak much louder than any sort of logic. Nothing would work there. And Iran officially, as we said, named this operation True Promise 4. Iran's Revolutionary Guard announces the start of Operation True Promise 4, targeting American bases and occupation military centers. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced the start of Operation True Promise 4 and targeting of American bases and military and security centers of the heart of occupied Palestinian territories in response to American-Israeli aggression against the country. They confirmed that the HQ of the US Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain was targeted with missiles and drones as part of the same operation. Oof, missiles and drones. We saw a missile landing. Did they target it with drones too? That's the previous HQ of the 5th Fleet of America. Here you go. There you have it. Look how beautiful it looks now. Very pretty. That's the American 5th Fleet for you. HQ in Bahrain. That's what happens when you mess with Iran. Trump. Are you going to ask for more? Is he going to ask for more from Iran, or is he going to try and get himself an exit or something? Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, apart from confirming that, they said that the same operation, in addition to bases in Qatar and the UAE, and military and security centers in the heart of the occupied Palestinian territories. IRGC stressed that the missile and air attacks by the Iranian armed forces are continuing, and that detailed information regarding the operation will be announced later. Earlier today, Iran's IRGC announced the start of the first wave of large-scale missile attacks towards the occupied Palestinian territories in response to American-Israeli aggression. Earlier today, US and Israel targeted Iran and carried out government and military HQ. One thing that is interesting, by the way, is the fact that this is a joint Israeli-American operation. And there's something behind that, by the way. It's the fact that despite all of the deployment, all of the pressure, and Israel initially wanting to take itself out of the picture as much as possible, the United States didn't go on its own and Israel had to participate. It's as if Donald Trump told them, okay, you want to blackmail me? Fine, I'm going to have to do it anyway, but I'm not going to do it without you. You're going to have to participate with me in this attack. And that's clearly what happened. If you're just joining us, by the way, this was the attack on the American 5th Fleet HQ in Bahrain. I was, of course, one of the videos, one of the angles of the attack. This was another angle. This is the American 5th Fleet HQ in Bahrain being turned to dust by Iranian missiles following the American aggression, American-Israeli aggression against Iran. This looked like it was the first wave. And the Iranians now are saying, by the way, one senior official told one of the Arab media outlets that all scenarios are open now and there are no red lines after this aggression against us. Everything is on the table, including scenarios that weren't on the table before. That's why Iran began such a massive attack immediately as a response to this aggression against them, and targeted the American bases in such an efficient and quick manner, and targeted Israel so quickly as well. And the fact that they're saying that they have no red lines now indicates that they could have more surprises. They could have more surprises. They could have more things on the table. And it could only escalate from now. I'll open the space up for some community participation in the chat. Thank you to Maya Nia, Yusil Nahir, Flight to Faro, Garland, Loai, and Seven Znes for you supers. Much appreciated. Mia, you said, may Allah Almighty protect our brothers and sisters from these evil entities, the evil Epstein entities. May God Almighty bring them shame and disgrace. so that our world may find peace and freedom. You see, these Epstein people, they're literally, it's the Epstein cult against the rest of the world, even Americans. The Ayatollah is of rock and roller. Donald Trump-Netanyahu is a criminal, said Garland. Donald Trump-Netanyahu is absolutely a criminal. And potentially far worse than that. Again, you know, the Epstein files that are moving this attack, they're really bad. Man, according to these reports, is potentially a child rapist and a participant in a child trafficking network. And 7 Znes. Why you said the end of Trump's presidency? We hope so very much. 7 Znes. What's this I'm hearing about a girls' elementary school being targeted in Iran? I mean, it wouldn't be surprising, to be honest with you. And Medic, thank you. I heard that several civilian locations were attacked inside of Iran, and that is, of course, very worrying. But what's surprising here, you know, the United States kills innocent people, Israel kills innocent people. There is nothing surprising. CP, will the US Congress prevent Trump? They will not prevent anything. America is a mafia. The United States government is the biggest cartel on earth. They're a mafia. Trump is a mafia boss, moved by doesn't matter who, and they act like they're above the law. As a matter of fact, they literally say that they're above the law. American law, international law, they have acts to bypass laws, Secrecy, Patriot Act. It's all a show. The Congress isn't going to do nothing. They didn't even go to the Congress. The only thing that some of these people said that, oh, we're worried. Yeah, worried is not going to stop the slaughter of people across the world with your money and your bombs. Sean Hurl, pray for the end of apartheid, a true promise for all. A true promise for, absolutely. Thank you for that. And Steve, also you said, thank you, Mahmoud. Generally, we're worried that the entity will use nuclear against Iran. Thoughts? Listen, I don't think it would be in their interest to begin with the nukes. If things start to get them totally out of control, maybe. But then again, it would be mutual destruction. So they will be wiped off the map too. And it's not past them, though. I wouldn't put it past them. Israel uses weapons that are completely illegal against the civilian society. They used it in Gaza. They used it in Lebanon. The Americans used it in Iraq. The United States is the only country that used nuclear bombs against the civilian society in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And people like Lindsey Graham brag about it to this day and say it was the right decision. Although it was based on completely unsubstantiated claims, you know, we needed to do it to end the war. All nonsense. They use these things as testing grounds, you know, and they test it on other people. And sometimes on Americans too. The Americans, they have weapons being tested against them as well. And thank you for that. Is anything going on Israel yet? Yes, there were 3 waves of attacks against Israel, just an initial attack, and they targeted multiple bases and locations in Israel, but that was just an initial attack. It wasn't like... but even as an initial attack, it was like massive because there were sirens all over the place in Israel. Let me show you the siren map in Israel earlier on. This is how it began. Look, It began here. The Galilee, all across these areas, Jerusalem, parts of the occupied West Bank, and Ashdod. And if we look at all of these places, these are locations that have Israeli genocide terror bases in their vicinity. Ramat David, Nevatim, and then you have Ufda and Hatzerim. All of them are very important bases that Israel conducts operations from. So they began with attacks on these areas. But again, from an Iranian perspective, it wasn't like it was the all-out attack. Now, it's expected that there would be a wave of attacks against Iran. As a matter of fact, I'm hearing now that the Israeli occupation army is saying there's a new wave of missiles coming from Iran towards Israel. Again, that's breaking now. The Israeli occupation says that a new wave is coming. One of you mentioned something about girls. Al-Mayadeen correspondent You're right about that report, by the way. I heard it here too. Al-Mayadeen correspondent, 36 martyrs as a result of the American-Israeli aggression on the girls' primary school in Hormozgan province. This is who they kill. Girls going to school. That's what America and Israel kills for you. Israel confirmed that a rocket fell in Kafr Manda. Zahedan, Sistan, Baluchistan explosions. Yeah. The Iraqi Hezbollah Operations Command said we will soon begin attacking American bases and respond to their aggression. So it's also expanding to Iraq. As a matter of fact, we heard multiple reports about explosions taking place in Iraq, by the way. It could have been from a movement that is already established or new movements that they established. So Israel is waiting for a new wave now. Okay, I'm seeing one of the reports saying that this was the girls' school that was attacked in Iran. And according to that report, some of them are missing under the rubble. I mean, we hope that isn't as bad as it is. But then again, you know, these criminals in the American regime and the Israeli regime, they butcher children left, right, and center. And that the Iranians should see this, the so-called Iranian opposition who think that Trump is going to liberate them. Trump and Israel are going to liberate them, I think. Some of these people, I'm telling you. This is a new footage that is just being released now by the Iranian missiles attack on an American base in Kuwait.
الدائرة السابع الملك فهد مضروب الشارع. ها؟ شوف الملك فهد الشارع مضروب. الدائرة.
So according to recent post. This was one of the attacks on an American base in Kuwait, apart from the attacks on the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, and also the attacks on Abu Dhabi, the Abu Dhabi base. And if you didn't watch the attack of Bahrain, this was the missile landing over there.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay, okay.
So that was the Fifth Fleet Command in Bahrain. And again, you know, when Iran attacks these bases, these American assets in Arab states, it's not an attack against an Arab state. Like some people will tell you, oh, they're attacking. Dude, firstly, the Arab states shouldn't host any American base. Let's be frank here. They don't protect them. They're there to serve the Zionists. We saw very well how inactive they are when an Arab country gets hit by Israel. When Israel attacked Qatar, did any America participated with them in the attack. So it's an attack against that base. It's nothing to do, because some people will, by the way, try and steer division now and friction. Oh, look, they're attacking our... Shut up. Please do us a favor, shut up. There's enough embarrassment with many of these Arab establishments, please. We don't need any more embarrassment. Iran is attacking bases that are used by the Epstein regime. That's what they're using. Bases that help Israel kill people. They're not attacking Arab states or what have you. The Karen, thank you so much. Blessings. And Daz Dillinger. I haven't heard Daz Dillinger in a while. Thanks, my friend. Thank you so much. And Chris, thank you very much. Thank you for your supers. Much appreciated. I'll keep the space open for community participation while I give you the latest updates now. Because it's an ongoing thing. Israel said that they are waiting for the second wave. Excuse me, another wave. Iran already had 3 waves in the morning, 3 waves of attacks. And Israel is expecting a new wave of attacks. Oh, this is from reportedly from the UAE. This is the United Arab Emirates. So again, that was a recently published video, reportedly of an Iranian attack on a U.S. assets in a U.S. asset in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates. According to Reuters, firstly, the United Arab Emirates, after this attack, is canceling flights from and to Dubai. The Bahraini Ministry of Interior is evacuating everyone from Al Jufair area, where the attack took place against the American HQ of the Fifth Fleet. Reuters is reporting now more explosions in Abu Dhabi and more explosions heard in Doha. So we have two things here. More explosions heard in Abu Dhabi and more explosions heard in Doha. These are the most recent updates, which indicate that Iran is on a wave of attacks against US assets in the region, alongside the genocide state, the Epstein regime and the genocide state. And now the Israelis are starting with their propaganda. My goodness, these people, they lie so much, it's sickening. But you have to read what they say sometimes, of course, because they're talking, you know, and they're part of this, you know. One day we will stop talking about them and their existence will be history. But they said thousands of IRGC members were killed in the attack. Thousands of IRGC members? Dude, what are you even talking about? And without any substantial evidence, to thousands were killed, and we targeted Khamenei in Pezeshkian. As if they're going to be sitting there in their offices during a peak period of tensions between the United States and them, waiting to be attacked. And then maybe soon they'll tell you, oh, we achieved our objectives. Now there are sirens all across the genocide state, by the way. All across the genocide state. Primarily the central part surrounding the occupied Jerusalem area. It's going to be interesting to see where the missiles are going to land this time. And what you're seeing is a video of an attack coming from Iran against an American asset in the UAE. Now, what Iran is doing now, by the way, in my humble opinion, is just an initial response, an initial test. Firstly, they're punishing Donald Trump for the attack against Iran. And they're having an initial taster for Israel and the United States. That's why they didn't send hundreds of missiles. So Iran has the capacity to send hundreds and thousands of missiles all at once. That's why in the initial wave of attacks against the genocide state, they sent 30 missiles only. That's to test the response. They want to test how Israel reacts to the attack. Where are the air defense systems deployed? They know that some videos are going to be published. They will see what activity took place so that next time they'll be even more effective. Because let's not forget, in the 12-day war, when Israel, by the way, had more, it should have had more air defense missiles at the time. Now they're depleted. In the later days, Iranian missiles were not even being intercepted. It's as if the Israeli systems gave up. They became anti-Zionist all of a sudden, the Israeli missile system. Or they decided to be pro-Iran. They told the people, oh, we don't want to activate. But no, really, they actually stopped working altogether properly. And Iran was successfully targeting Israel. and landing these missiles, which could be replicated again this time. Abd al-Sadiq, Turkey is next after Iran. Turkey must prepare because Israel already said they will attack them like they attacked Turkey. Be ready. They did warn Turkey. Yeah, they did warn Turkey, and they warned other countries too. And they said Turkey is the next Iran. You're right, and thank you for that, and everyone else who sent supers. FU also, thank you. Let it rain onto the West. We deserve it. 100% Mabuhay freedom fighters. Well, Iran didn't begin this attack, did they? They were negotiating. They were talking. The United States and NATO and many of its proxies and allies have been conducting wars all across the world. So, yeah, when other countries respond, it's their full right to respond. Shifty. Salam Mahmoud, apparently the US said if their carriers struck, they would respond with nukes. If this is true, how Iran would navigate this? Listen, Iran has what it takes to survive under nuclear attacks. They have enough things. Of course, there's going to be a lot of damage and destruction and millions of people martyred in Iran. But the functionality will continue. Because usually every country is prepared to be, most countries are prepared to be attacked by nukes. But the command and control will continue because of Iran's infrastructure and underground systems. And listen, sinking the aircraft carriers would be if the United States starts to escalate further. We might reach that stage. It could happen. Iran has the capacity to do that. And then if we start talking about nukes, like I said, it's going to be mutual destruction. Mutual destruction. Carr, thank you as well. He said, karma's coming to the Epstein class. Stay strong. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Yeah, absolutely. Karma is indeed coming. And Donald Trump, he clearly didn't want to do this, swear to you. This man, when you looked at him speaking, he did not want to do this. But he's blackmailed. But that's America. You have a blackmailed president who raped girls according to the Epstein files and potentially murdered them and abused them too. Who's being blackmailed to go and attack another country for the sake of child-killing supremacists who view everyone else in the world as below them. That's the situation. So Iran is the forefront of humanity. Iran is fighting the battle for humanity. And everyone who is standing with Iran. That's a battle for humanity for you. These are the forces of enlightenment, real enlightenment, versus the evil, dark forces of Epstein. Literally, as in they do cult activities, right? Sacrifice children, eat intestines. This is actually what they do. It's not like a theory. It's in the files. It was released. Black conservative, how do you think this will play out in the end for Iran? Iran will prevail. Iran will prevail. And thank you for that. So, let's see if there were other reports coming from Israel about the latest wave that came from Iran, because Israel said that there's another wave of missiles on the way. Mind you, it can take several minutes, depending on where Iran is launching the missiles from. If they launch it from, and it depends what type of missile they launch. So if they launch a ballistic missile that is not hypersonic, you can have a delay of up to like 12 to 15 minutes. Hypersonics in the single digits. And it depends on where they launch it, from which part of Iran. All of that is relatively a quick period, however. The Israeli channel 12 says that a 9-story building in the north, there's been a lot of destruction in it, and they're waiting for a new wave now of missiles to come against Israel. And this, if you're joining us now, this was the attack of Iran on a U.S. asset in Abu Dhabi, because Iran carried out strikes against U.S. assets in Bahrain, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, in the UAE. There were initial reports that they also targeted assets in Saudi Arabia, but that hasn't been confirmed. What has been confirmed is that there was an attack, a missile launch intercepted in Jordan. And by the way, that video that I showed you earlier on of the attack that happened in Israel in the Holon area, it was clearly a bus station, or like a location that has a lot of buses in it too. This was a recent video that was published. So that's the, the previous attack that I showed you. That is the close-up from it. And this was the missile that was intercepted by the King of Jordan. This is an Iranian missile that was intercepted. So the Jordanian king did not want any missiles to hit Israel. He preferred they land on Jordanians. Yeah, this is the initial video that I showed you of that bus station. The bus station or bus parking lot or something. But the most significant, the most significant attack so far was the one that we saw in the 5th Fleet HQ. That was a serious attack. I was in this video. That led to this. Yeah, some people are saying that there are reports of American casualties. Listen, the supreme leader of Iran said that if you put the Iranian lives at risk, American lives will be at risk. I mean, it's pretty understandable, you know? So I'm sure American lives will be at risk. Those who at least did not refuse order and went ahead and supported their government's action in going to an illegal act of terror against an independent country that has done nothing to them for the sake of a genocidal, murdering entity called Israel. So I know there are some Marines who are sabotaging the USS Gerald R. Ford, like Colonel Douglas McGregor confirmed yesterday. But that's not enough. If you participate eventually, then you might die. You know, these people who are going there, participating with the American army, it's going to be very dangerous for you, dude. You're attacking another country. You are the terrorist, basically. You know, in case you don't understand, it's the opposite way, right? You are the terrorist going against other countries. Mushtaba, thank you, and Daniela, and Kevin, and Real Hashem, non-conformist, and Abdus Sadiq. Thank you all. Mushtabi said, giving the air defenses Iran got from China and Russia, how did Israel penetrate Iran's air defenses? Listen, no air defense is fully protected. No air defense system is 100%. Israel's, America's, China's, none of it is 100%. There's going to be a hit and miss. And it depends on the types of attacks. What are they being attacked with? A fighter jet, a missile, a drone, how fast, you know, cruise, not cruise. The United States could have started to use, by the way, this attack now, or began this attack now, by using these cruise missiles, because they heard about the delivery that Iran got worth $500 million from Russia of the manpads that were very advanced and were intended to be used against the Tomahawks and the cruise missiles and potentially helicopters, because they can detect flare too. But no defense system is 100%. So something will land and something will be intercepted. Daniela, if Israel, thank you so much, Daniela. You said if Israel uses nuclear weapon on Iran, Pakistan will respond as it will directly affect them also. I think to be honest with you, if anyone attacks Iran with a nuclear weapon, the attacking country should be nuked. If it's the United States who begins attacking Iran with a nuclear weapon, then the United States should be nuked somewhere strategic, in a strategic, you know, military location or what have you. And if Israel nukes them, then, well, that's the response, isn't it? But the thing is, we have so much corruption now because the Israel and the United States and anyone in that sphere are used to getting away with murder without any sort of repercussion. Iran is showing them bit by bit that, listen, you're going to get bitten. You know, you're going to get hit hard. So if it would be Pakistan or no Pakistan, I'm not sure, but listen, Iran, there are reports that they can have nukes at their disposal, although their official policy is not to use nuclear weapons, you know, because of religious decree and what have you that the supreme leader had once. Again, that's something that can be undone at any given moment, really, because there are people who are asking for him to remove that. But I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happens. Listen, there were reports that Russia told them that they'll give them nukes at their disposal if they get attacked by a nuclear bomb. And Kevin is saying Iran's biggest mistake was not going nuclear. I agree with you. I personally agree with you very much. I think Iran should have declared that they are a nuclear power, have several of hundreds of nuclear warheads. Don't play fair. If your enemy is not playing fair, don't participate in any act of hypocrisy with these genocidal, arrogant maniacs. And if they want to attack you with a nuke, attack them with a nuke too. Simple, or at least have a deterrence. Up until we have things across the board. So no nukes across the board, demilitarization across the board, only diplomacy and only peace across the board. Not only for one side and not for the other side. But so long as you have Western terrorism 24/7 against these countries, then you're going to have to respond somehow. Non-conformist Muslim, thank you, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with Iran and its people, Ameen, and all of the people who are with Iran too. And trust me, listen, the majority of the people are with Iran. The American people are with Iran. If it was up to the American people, their army would be targeting Israel now, not Iran. So, Abd al-Sadiq, Turkey must support Iran because that will give them time until Israel attack comes against Turkey. They have to. In an ideal situation, there would be a full defense pact between Turkey, Iran, and multiple other countries, and Egypt. And they would create a deterrence. And the Turks are talking about that, by the way, so that's something that might happen at one point. And yeah, I think Israel will go after Turkey. That's why everyone should be on the side of Iran and support them with everything. Literally everything. Thank you for that. And Midoriak, thank you so much. Salam Mahmoud, salam. Thank you for the commentary. Pleasure. Is there any chance that Russia or China will step in? Otherwise, this is the send of BRICS. Listen, direct military combat participation, not necessarily at this stage, apart from any logistical support and any kind of support they might need. Because going there in the battlefield immediately says it's actually World War. Now, that's something that might happen. So it could be the case at one point. Either the Russians or the Chinese could be participating at one point. But what they do usually is that they support without being too blatant about it. And if there would be a stage where it would reach World War III, you know exactly who started it. America and Israel started World War III. And they might have an interest in getting there, but at their own pace. And that's where they should be taken out of their form. They should be stunned. They should be stunned and not given freedom of action. Of course, from an Iranian perspective, they didn't want to give any sort of legitimacy to an attack against them. That's why they were negotiating and saying the negotiations were fine. Real Hashim, you also said, can't Iran buy nukes from Russia or China? Listen, they don't have to buy. If needs be, I think they will give them to them. You know, I heard reports that they will, like a senior Iranian diplomat last year said that if Iran is nuked, they will respond in a similar manner against Israel, which indicates that they can have it when the time comes. Exotic, thank you as well. You said, do you think Israel, India trying to buy Taliban? Thanks for the channel. God is on the side of the good. God bless. Thank you so much. No, I don't think trying to buy Taliban. Listen, India has relations, but not relations as projected by the current Pakistani authorities, by the way. Because let's not forget that the Pakistan supported Taliban. So what are they flipping about now exactly, right? And they have criticisms from within about, you know, the situation with Imran Khan and domestic politics and what have you. And I don't think it's at the scale that it's being portrayed. that the Taliban is all of a sudden in the hands of India and Israel. If there are certain moves or movements there, or people, individuals, that happens in Afghanistan, in Iran, in multiple countries. But Taliban as a whole, I personally wouldn't, I'm personally not convinced by it, to be honest with you. And that narrative that's coming from officially from Pakistan. And I think they just want to probably legitimize the move against them. If there's cooperation here and there, again, I haven't seen verified cooperation between, for example, Taliban and Israel from my side. And thank you for that. Abdul Sadiq, none of this, no genocide, nothing would have happened if we had an Islamic NATO, Pakistan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, we are brothers. If there was deterrence, yeah, nothing would have happened. But unfortunately, there wasn't. And that's why they basically went all out in this genocide against the Palestinian people. And they're having the audacity to attack an independent country now. Mujtaba, do you think Pakistan, thank you, you think Pakistan, Afghanistan, something was weak in China, given that China has ties to Pakistan, or weakened support to Iran from Pakistan? Any tensions between two neighboring Muslim countries does not serve Muslim or Arab countries. Take it as that. It serves their worst enemies. So I'm not convinced by what the Pakistani authorities are saying or portraying this as exactly. Because again, you know, them and Taliban supported them fully. They were seeking shelter. What the excuse is that Taliban is supporting Taliban Afghanistan. And again, things would have been different had there been a genuine respect for the people's votes in Pakistan. They would have been in a better situation. Brother Yusuf, thank you as well. Salam Mahmoud, much thanks for your content. Pleasure, my friend. I'm British revert. If Turkey and Pakistan and Afghanistan, other support Iran, maybe the Americans will back down Israel, whom and blackmails USA. Thank you, brother. I think there is no official pact. The only thing that Pakistan said that we will support Iran with whatever we can, whatever it needs. Is it going to reach that stage? We're not sure. If there was a level of deterrence, then that would have potentially stopped this whole aggression against them. But believe it or not, Iran on its own will have enough power to deter them. And you're going to see in the next coming days, and you're seeing now what they're doing. Natalie, thank you as well. He said, you think gigs will still play time in the USA? By the way, thank you for breaking fall this forth. I love your channel. Thank you so much. Yes, to answer other questions, China, Russia, and North Korea are helping Iran. Yeah, they are helping Iran. Yeah, thank you for that. And again, you know, full throttle participation, that wouldn't have happened. That wouldn't happen unless like something much bigger starts to take place, in my opinion. Real Hashim, yeah. Since Iran bombed Saudi, will Pakistan respond back? This is very interesting. I think Iran, you know, firstly, we don't have a confirmation that they did. So, which is an interesting observation. We don't have a confirmation that they did. It's just that they published, the Saudi side published a condemnation of the Iranian attack against the bases in other Arab countries. But that would be a very complicated matter. I don't think any pact should be directed against another country from the region, apart from, of course, Israel and anyone allied with them. Abu Abyan, thank you so much. And Stronger Belwas, pleasure, my friend. Thank you, brother. Shifty, thank you as well. He said that I heard Initial strike on Iran that boots on ground tried infiltrating missile base and repelled. This true. I personally didn't hear that, but I wouldn't be surprised. And Sky Blue and Brother Yusuf, thank you again, brother. And Michelle, thank you so much. And again, Abu Abian and Bilwas and everyone else. Okay. Now, let's go back and see what Israel said after this report that they had. About another wave of attacks against Israel. Firstly, in Iran, they're confirming that all of the leading figures in the establishment, they're fine and well. Israel initially claimed that they targeted the supreme leader and the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, IRGC leaders. So far, we don't have any confirmation that any of that happened. Okay. So some reports are saying now that more explosions are happening inside of Israel, and this is an Israeli-American attack on a girls' school. We have more footage of this. Deaths and injuries of dozens of female students. That's America and Israel for you. American-Israeli attacks against schools in Iran. Dozens of girls killed and wounded in the Israeli attack. Typical, isn't it? That's what the United States and Israel target, schools. Where are the Iranians who said that, the so-called Iranian opposition who said that Trump wants to save them and they want to save and liberate the Iranian? But where's Pahlavi? Where's Pahlavi from these attacks? The Pahlawan? Or the guy who was dancing with an Israeli flag outside the Iranian embassy, singing for Sahyunistan. Where are they from these attacks against the girls' schools in Iran? Oh, okay, that's very interesting. This is reportedly Muwaffaq Salti base in Jordan, where US aircraft are based. That's a recent video from that location. Have a look. So according to reports, this is the Muwaffaq Salti base in Jordan that houses American fighter jets and is used and has been used before with the operations of the United States and Israel too, which means that so far Iran attacked US assets in Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, Qatar, and Jordan. And they responded exactly as they said. We will have an all-out response against the genocide state and American assets in the region. And this is exactly what they've done. This is exactly what they've done. So that's the latest attack that came from Iran against the Muwaffaq Salti base in Jordan after multiple attacks took place against Iran. So listen to what Netanyahu said, by the way. This is very interesting. Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel and the United States, went out on an operation to remove the existential threat from the terror regime of Iran. So notice the terminology. They're not having outright aims now. Trump said other things, but listen to what Netanyahu said. To remove our existential threat. So anything can be interpreted from Israel as removing the existential threat. Do you understand? So he doesn't look like a fool tomorrow and a huge failure. So in essence, Israel's objectives from this attack against Iran are less than their objectives in June. In June, it was taking down the establishment and getting rid of the missiles and the nukes. And now they're saying to remove the existential threat. And they can't have nukes and endanger people. And we will create the right conditions for the Iranian people to have their own destiny. So what they're learning from the previous times in Israel now is not to put these totally ridiculous demands or objectives of the war so that they don't look ridiculous when they fail to achieve them. Dude, Iran already took down your terrorists, your Mossad rats in Iran. They've been captured. Now the Iranian people stand firmly. As a matter of fact, now the whole world, any honorable individual on earth stands firmly with Iran. Everyone. We'll start from the United States, by the way. From America to the East. We're not going to begin from Iran. No, it's from America. The Americans are with Iran and with the supreme leader, by the way. That's the problem that Trump has now, is that many Americans are saying, you know, Khamenei, you need to continue, right? You need to finish the job, save humanity. Americans are saying that, dude. Okay, so we already have some compilations happening now. These are the attacks so far. That is Kuwait, the American assets in Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Emirates. And that doesn't include the Muwaffaq Salti in Jordan that I shared a video with you not long ago. Serious stuff happening. And thank you, everyone else sending supers. Much appreciated. Michelle, Abd Sadiq, Cosmic Karma. There was no collision. Marvin Vargas and Brother Yusuf as well. Thank you so much. Even Israel bobsled team cheat and lie. This is their nature. Also, when Burkina Faso Ibrahim Traore said he caught 40 of their Mossad rats. Yeah. Marvin, you said news from Hamas, Hezbollah in Lebanon. I don't think that there will be an expansion in Gaza because of the situation with Iran, which would be very understandable. In Lebanon, I think there is going to be a very careful monitoring of the situation. So if it happens to be where there's an escalation that is temporary, short-lived, several days, a week or two, and that's it, Hezbollah won't participate. Even if it's a few days, but it's viewed as an escalation to that level, and they make a decision that they need to start attacking, then they will participate. But so far, there were just certain statements coming from Hezbollah in Lebanon in relation to these attacks. And what they've done is that they've delayed. Israel killed over 8 Hezbollah fighters not long ago. They were supposed to have a funeral for them, like a ceremony. They canceled that ceremony due to the current developments that are happening now, because they know it might actually start there. We have some damage photos coming from Israel. So that was one of the recent videos of the damage that took place, that happened there. Some people are saying that missiles landed in Tel Aviv, but there are no verified sources of that, at least so far. Sanusi, thank you so much for your super, much appreciated. Let's see if you have any questions. Unknown human, do these Gulf states know that they are only foot soldiers of the empire, and will the first to be sacrificed for cause of their masters? I think they're starting to realize that now, especially after the United States carried out, or Israel carried out the strike against Qatar, and the United States did not protect them. They're realizing that it's totally pointless. So if they really do understand that, they should be changing their approach. And there is a slight shift. And listen, the fact that Iran, by the way, targeted these locations without necessarily having an attack coming directly from there indicates the seriousness of Iran. Iran was very, very serious in what it did. And this is the recent attack on the Jordan, American base in Jordan. And some of the people in these countries, by the way, are celebrating the attacks. Like in Bahrain, this was recently published from Bahrain. Listen to this guy.
لا 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 اليوم النهائي اليوم النهائي هلا بال هاي دخله جديده هذه ساتر الله لا لا اكو يصلون جماعه ياكلون تعال اكو انا بيجي وين هو؟ اكو فوق طالعه اسمع قوم
They seem happy to me that Iran is targeting the American bases in Bahrain. Iran is saying that now 51 girls were martyred and 60 were wounded up until this moment due to the Zionist attack on the elementary school in Minab. And there are already disruptions with oil. Multiple companies are stopping their shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. That's why Saudi Arabia took preemptive measures that we spoke about the last couple of days. Let's see what the responses are, what the statements are internally for the attack of the United States. Andy Kim is saying that the Americans don't want a war with Iran. The Democratic senator. Donald Trump took this dangerous and the same dangerous and stupid decision that Bush took a generation ago. The same war that Donald Trump himself was going against. Ro Khanna, we don't want to be in a state of war with a country that has 90 million people in the Middle East. The American people are sick and tired of wars to change regimes that cost us billions of dollars and puts our lives at risk. So there's criticism, slowly but surely, from, well, some voices in the United States. And thank you for everyone, all the members and everyone sending supers, much appreciated. Thank you so much for your support and everyone else who sent supers. Of course, we're covering the latest developments with the recent attacks that Israel and the United States against Iran and the response coming from Iran in what looks like probably a prolonged conflict. This is probably going to be a long conflict because that's what Israel wants. And if the aim is to make Iran surrender, then that's going to have to take a lot of time. And Lebanon, Palestine, thank you so much, my friend. Okay, guys, thank you so much for tuning in for this continued coverage. I'll keep this stream open for the moment because I might be back and forth during this stream. I'll leave you with some of the ongoing coverage of particularly the northern Haifa Bay area, which is a strategic location. And I will be in and out of this stream, or it might at one point end this stream, by the way, and then have another live stream later on. So most likely what we're going to have now is live streams rather than video. So if you want to get the full picture, everything, make sure you have you follow me on this live stream. And we'll continue to, of course, cover. I'm just going to have a final check before we have a pause. Israel is saying that another wave is coming now against the country towards the northern part of occupied Palestine. And that was about 6 minutes ago. Alice, thank you. U.S. war regime acts with impunity against the will of the people. Totally. Mr. Grant Sloan, raise Tel Aviv to the ground to resemble Gaza, inshallah. Thank you so much for your super. And Moni65, thank you very much for your super. Thanks. Let's see if we have any more questions while we're at it. Yeah, so the Israelis, they said that recently, just in the past couple of minutes, they had another alarm that more missiles are going to come towards the northern part, but they still haven't said that anything landed. Which means that Iran is going to be taking a situation where they constantly have attacks rather than just boosts of a large attack for the day. They clearly are preparing something else this time. So yeah, guys, I'll leave you with an open stream for the meantime, and I will be back with you. I will be back with you very soon. Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. Instead of guessing who to trust, you can see structured verification and analysis behind every major issue.
اضرب 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 اضرب
اضرب اضرب عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 اضرب
اضرب اضرب اضرب اضرب اضرب اضرب اضرب اضرب اضرب عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 عجل اضرب 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 اضرب
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much for everyone who was tuning in from the beginning. We're going to continue with the live coverage of the American-Israeli aggression against Iran and what recently happened in terms of additional Iranian attacks against Israel and bases in the region, with more U.S. assets being hit now. In Bahrain, reports of more attacks in Qatar, and officially the Saudi state confirmed that there were attacks in the Riyadh area. All of these are very important. Now, let me have a quick recap for you. Before I begin, I'd like to thank, firstly, everyone who's been with us since the beginning. Everyone who sent supers, of course, everyone who participating in the chat, Alan, G. Mansour, Amanda, Gaba, and Lucian, welcome to the channel and membership. Let me go through some of the things that happened recently and from the beginning. Donald Trump declared an operation against Iran, according to the statement that came from Donald Trump, who didn't really seem convincing. He was speaking about the old hostilities between the United States and Iran. As a matter of fact, this was the statement that came from Donald Trump himself, if you haven't heard him so far.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people.
The man looks half asleep, of course, and you know the score. Donald Trump is a man who is blackmailed by the Zionists. Huge issues with him with the Epstein files to do with child raping, child trafficking, child molesting, all sorts of such reprehensible acts. Clearly blackmailed, because you're talking about the same man who was against so many wars. He was very critical of the war in Iraq, and now he's getting a lot of criticism internally from the United States. Israel later on came on with Benjamin Netanyahu declaring operations against Iran without necessarily having too many objectives, And shortly after, of course, the attacks began. The Israeli-American attack, in a typical and very barbaric manner, targeted a girls' school inside of Iran, with reportedly over 50 girls being killed and over 60 being wounded. That's what they target. A girls' school in Iran, with horrendous images coming from that location. Some of them, they're just too graphic to share. This was one of the images that came out that doesn't include too many details, but that was one of the images. Other images of girls everywhere, and with their books and what have you, over 50 girls martyred. This is America that wants to protect the freedom and liberties of women in Iran. What was the first thing they do with the Zionists? They go and target an all-girls school in Iran, killing 50 students, 50 girls, and wounding over 60. These are the liberators of women. For those of you or the people in general who bought all of that nonsense, the people who traffic girls to rape them, they can't liberate anyone. They're not liberated themselves. The president, who is condemned and damned for life for what he's done, as confirmed in the Epstein files, with child abuse, child rape, pedophilia, and potential murder of children, isn't a president who's going to be liberating women in Iran. And that's the first thing that we saw, them slaughtering girls in an attack on a girls' school inside of Iran. Multiple locations hit. One of the most prominent attack was the attack on Palestine Square. Palestine Square is the place that bases the supreme leader of Iran, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, and they targeted the location. Now, from an Iranian perspective, they viewed this attack as an attack against the country as a whole, because from their perspective, Iran and America and Israel are targeting the top head, political head of Iran. They're targeting the leadership of Iran. And what happened in the Palestine Square after this attack? This is what happened. Thousands of people went out in the streets. So Iranians went out to the streets in Palestine Square, where the headquarters of the Supreme Leader are based, to chant against the United States and Israel for the aggression and the slaughtering of children in Iran, and to support the Islamic Republic, saying no surrender to the United States, which is what the American president wants and hopes to get some sort of a surrender from Iran. That's really not going to happen. Can someone tell Donald Trump? I'm pretty sure he's convinced, but he's just too blackmailed now to think about anything. He doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in prison. This was another video coming from Palestine Square in Iran. People protesting in solidarity with the country and with the Supreme Leader of Iran. According to multiple confirmations, one of them was from a reporter inside of Iran who spoke with the son of the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, who Israel reportedly tried to assassinate, said that his father is safe and good. The Iranian foreign minister said we might have had a couple of losses, but that's not a big issue, indicating that there could have been certain losses within potentially military ranks, but no confirmation is coming about anything, even with that statement of the Iranian foreign minister. In the meantime, the Iranian national TV published more videos of, or just new videos of the missile launches against the American and Israeli terrorism and terrorists and their locations. Let's have a look at this. So these were the launches that came from Iran, and these were the locations that they targeted inside of occupied Palestine. As we can see, that was the central part. Of course, sirens were in all across occupied Palestine from the morning. By the way, it was non-stop. Waves of attacks coming from Iran initially began in the Galilee areas and in the areas surrounding the Israeli base locations in Hatzerim, Nevatim, Ramat David, and Uvda base. Some of them are in coordination, of course, with the United States forces, and the Uvda one reportedly has the F-22s of the United States of America. Iran apparently launched missiles on all of them. And they're still, of course, actively targeting multiple locations, not only in Israel, but all across the Middle East. Iran is targeting so many locations. Targeted the American assets in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the Saudi locations, and in Kuwait, reports in Jordan too. The most significant attack that happened following the initial morning strike was the fact that a Qatari Defense Ministry official told Al Jazeera that an Iranian missile struck a long-range early warning radar in northern Qatar, confirming the reports of the destruction of the $1 billion ANFPS 132 Block 5, an early warning radar, as we can see in this image over here. This costs $1 billion, early warning radar in North Qatar, used by, of course, the American forces. That was completely destroyed by Iran. So Iran is targeting direct locations. They know exactly what they're targeting, and they wanted to send a message from the beginning of this attack that we are treating this as an all-out attack, and we're creating an open front completely. You had this target. We told you any attack is going to be considered an all-out war. Limited strike is an illusion. You face the music now and face the consequences. Iran never did what it has done this morning, and that isn't it, by the way. This is just the early warning signs. I'm telling you, they're telling them today. Earlier on, an Iranian official from the military, who is the advisor of the head of the IRGC, Ibrahim Jabari, said Trump needs to understand that what Iran used so far from missiles was none other than all types of missiles, and a very simple fraction of what we have. Soon we will be unveiling the newer Iranian missiles and also defense systems and attack systems that you have never seen, and this is going to be a shock for the whole world. This is what this man said, a top senior figure in the IRGC, indicating that Iran hasn't even began using the real deal. But with all of that, you saw how much damage all of that caused. Billions worth of damage for the US terror forces in the region. Simultaneously with all of that, of course, the Iranian foreign minister, because some of the Arab countries were releasing condemnations. It's like condemnations, you have bases of the United States that are used against Iran in your territories. But the Iranian foreign minister, he had a call with all of the Arab countries surrounding Iran. He called them and he told them very clearly, these attacks are not intended against you and your country. They are targeted against the bases that you have, and they are being used against us. Therefore, we're going to attack them. And they didn't stop attacking, as in 3 to 4 waves of attacks on each country. We have never seen anything like that from Iran. Clearly, Iran told them, we're going to go all out this time. You decided to attack? The Epstein regime and the child murdering Zionists decided to attack? There you go. Get the punishment that you deserve. That's the punishment that you had to see for a very long time. We were talking for all of this time. One of the only places that hasn't been hit, that has US assets, is reportedly Oman. Oman went out with a very serious statement, by the way, a very big disappointment towards the United States and Israel, because they were the mediators. They were really upset about the fact that the United States had this attack against Iran. And Iran didn't have an attack against Oman, which is something very interesting. In the meantime, Hamas came out. Hamas, the spokesperson of Hamas in Gaza, Hazem Qasim, says Hamas calls on all fronts of the nation to stand next to Iran in face of this Israeli-American barbarism that is intended to establish the greater Israel. Again, Hazem Qasim from Hamas said that we call on all of the components of the nation to stand firmly against Iran with Iran against this Israeli-American barbarism that is intended to establish the greater Israel. That is coming from Hamas, and more reports coming that Kata'ib Hezbollah, the brigades of Hezbollah in Iraq, and there are of course many resistance movements in Iraq, are threatening the American assets in the region now. And what we saw was clearly just the beginning. Now, we spoke about the girls' school that the American and Israeli terror forces attacked. These were some of the bags of the girls. That this is the freedom and liberty that America and Israel and the enlightened allies, so-called, of theirs do in Iran and for Iranian women. They butcher over 50 students, 50 girls going to a girls' school. That's what they do. Wake up for anyone buying this garbage and hasn't woken up yet. Thankfully, many people know the score, but some people might be still, disillusioned by all of this. And they prove themselves time after time by what they do. Now, I shared a video with you. This was actually an American asset, an American base that potentially has radar systems too, in Bahrain. Iran, after the initial attack, the huge explosion, if you haven't seen it in the beginning, actually, let me share it with you now, and then I'll show you the drone attack as well. This was the, where are we? Yeah. This was the initial attack on the 5th Fleet HQ in Bahrain. Have a look at this.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
So that was the 5th Fleet HQ completely destroyed in Bahrain, but Iran wasn't pleased with destroying the 5th Fleet. That was another angle of the destruction on the 5th Fleet HQ in this video. Yeah, that's well and done now. Then they sent a drone to another asset of the United States in Bahrain, as we can see in this video over here. Let's have a look. The residents seemed very happy, the Bahraini residents, saying "Udrub, udrub" in Arabic means hit, hit. They were very fine with the fact that Iran is blowing up American assets in their own countries because they didn't want them to be there anyway from the beginning. And of course, there were the attacks on Abu Dhabi, the Abu Dhabi asset, American asset that Iran conducted alongside the American assets in Qatar. The Saudi side condemning an attack in Riyadh without elaborating too much, again, in what is seen as a continued wave of attacks coming from Iran against literally every single asset of the United States in the region. Iran is moving literally all out towards complete and utter attacks against the American terror forces and the Israeli terror forces. Okay, so what was the position in detail of Oman? I want to go through with you some of the position. Of course, Trump is getting criticized heavily internally in America. You're going for a war, no Congress, unlawful, everything is illegal, it's disgusting. A blackmailed old man is going to war because he raped girls and doesn't want to spend the rest of his term in prison. It's disgusting. The whole thing is despicable. For the sake of a child murdering, ugly Netanyahu who's butchering infants in Gaza to this day, all of the thing is disgusting. But of course, some countries try to, take away this madness coming from the American administration. And they were Oman, of course. And the Omanis were really disappointed because they housed the initial negotiations, and the second round of negotiations happened in Geneva with their mediation. Omani foreign minister, dismayed by US-Israel strikes on Iran, urges Washington not to get sucked in further. Badr Abu Saidi says active negotiations were undermined, warns attack not in interest of US and global peace. I'm dismayed active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Undermined by who? Undermined by the United States, of course, for the sake of Israel. It's neither in the interest of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. I pray for the innocents who will suffer. The remarks carry particular weight given Oman's central role as mediator in the US-Iran nuclear talks. Abu Saidi met with US President J.D. Vance, US Vice President J.D. Vance on Friday, just hours before the strikes, and had expressed optimism, saying peace is within our reach. The attacks came as Washington and Tehran were engaged in negotiations over Iran's nuclear program, with the most recent round of talks concluding in Geneva on Thursday. Israel and the US announced early Saturday a joint military operation against Iran, citing threats posed by the Iranian regime, by the Ayatollah regime. But the Zayofullah regime is fine. Last June, the US had already struck 3 Iranian nuclear sites during a 12-day Israel-Iran conflict. This time it's going to be different because this time it's not in their hands. This time the decision is in Iran's hands. You started something, well, you better be prepared. You better be prepared because Iran told them very well that there's not going to be a limit. There are no red lines. Thank you very much. You wanted to attack, reap what you sow. And that was very clear by the statements of Iran's National Security Committee, the head of it, about the aggression. You have now embarked on a path whose end is no longer in your hands. You started the war, but the path now is not in your hands. And again, the fact that Iran decided to have an all-out attack all of a sudden shows you the lengths that Iran is willing to go to and how they immediately flipped the table against the American and Israeli terrorism against them. 5 countries, 5 bases in 5 different countries. If you include Jordan and Israel, 7. Iran on its own is doing that. No one is helping them so far. Imagine that. Imagine how powerful that country is. And imagine how humiliating it is for the child-killing Zionists and the Epstein pedophile regime of Donald Trump. It's an embarrassment. And listen, you can see from Donald Trump's statement that he wasn't really convinced. Now, what is happening in Israel? In Israel, events are going ahead non-stop. An unmanned aerial vehicle intrusion into the Dead Sea area. That could be from any side. That could be from Iran. That could be from Yemen. Warnings in different parts of the country. Israel identified, that was just 15 minutes ago, multiple missiles being launched at Israel from Iran, detecting multiple locations. Then additional launches towards the central parts and lowland areas, that was half an hour ago. Which indicates that what Iran is doing now is slightly different than True Promise 3. And Iran officially called this Operation True Promise 4. I think Iran did that for the fans. You know, there were fans of True Promise 1, 2, and 3. And here you go. Iran gave you True Promise 4. There you have it. Live on the MahmoodOD show. You can watch it for free. And what they decided this time is to basically carry out these strikes in a way to drain Israel completely and the United States. Literally attrition from the beginning. It's not a wave a wave and that's it, and then you wait for a few hours or the evening, and then there's another wave or a daily wave of attacks and what. No, draining the living daylight out. What missile? 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, drone, bang, this, that. No geographical limitations whatsoever. If you want to talk about anyone putting his foot down now in the region, that's Iran. Iran is showing everyone who is the boss, really. And they've been pushed towards that direction. And maybe this time, maybe, just maybe, it's going to be the final thing, and we're just witnessing the beginning of it. Because really and truly, there is no limit to the arrogance of these despicable regimes of the United States and anyone in that proxy genocide cartel. The Epstein regime, the Zionist regime, and anyone in that circle. They're despicable. They're arrogant. They kill children. They starve women. Despicable human beings. Their existence is despicable. It's a shame on humanity. So maybe Iran is going to continue this up until they just finish it once and for all. But from an Israeli perspective now, and the American side, they're going to have to do something big now. What? You started an attack, and Iran is now exploding your fleet bases and what have you, and HQ. Total embarrassment. 1 billion early detection radar system. It's such an embarrassment. I'm telling you, they need to do something. If they want to do something, they would want to do something big. What are they going to do? Are they going to start attacking again the nuclear sites in Iran? What's going to happen? What are they going to attack next? The parliament? Bases of the IRGC? Air defense systems? Let's not forget Iran plants dozens of fake launchers and air defense systems all across the country. And Israel, they were humiliated in June 2025, because then Iran published the videos. They were like wooden objects covered in this military blanket, you know, this camouflage blanket. And Israel was striking it, thinking that it was like an air defense system. But they would need to do something big. What is that thing gonna be? From an Iranian perspective, they've already done something big. And that thing is daring to attack Iran, let alone targeting the HQ of the supreme leader in Palestine Square. That led people, of course, later on to go and protest in solidarity, saying that we're not going to surrender. And of course, they showed us their ugly, despicable face again by targeting a girls' school, killing over 50 students, 50 girls, and wounding over 60. These are the liberators of Iran. What does the puppet Pahlavi think about that? Is that the path of liberation for Iran and Iranian women? What does Lindsey Graham think about that? I'd be interested to hear. Now, that was the beginning. That is the beginning round. And the United States and Israel are basically planning for another attack. And this was the statement that actually came from the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, that I told you about in relation to the officials of Iran. Let's have a listen to this video.
Almost all officials are safe, sound, and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem.
So we have a confirmation that they might have lost 1 or 2 commanders, and that would be a similar thing to what happened in True Promise 3. And we saw at that time that didn't really affect anything to do with Iran's capabilities. Like we're seeing now, it's not affecting anything to do with Iran's capabilities. It's all a show. It's these attacks against certain figures in Iran from the United States and Israel, it's for their own people to get like a bit of a boost of morale. Defeated, humiliated nations, pathetic. They know very well that that's not going to stop the attacks against them. They targeted all of the heads of the resistance in Palestine, almost, and in Lebanon. What happened? They continued. And they continued their capability, let alone Iran. Iran has a structure where not only one can be replaced, everyone can be replaced. They already have a second in chain, and the chain of command. They're able to continue on an ongoing war up until the US empire ends, not just Israel, if they think that they can do something like that. And now we have more reports coming from Israel. According to the Israeli media, reports of a direct hit on a house in central Israel, explosions heard in the central part of Israel due to Iranian missiles landing. An Iranian military source told the Tasnim Iranian news agency that so far 14 military bases in the region have been targeted. So far. They're not even talking about what's coming after this. We're only talking about so far. 14 bases hit so far. Now, Iran is not only targeting the locations in the region and ending everything there. They're firstly beginning a war of attrition against the genocide cartel led by the United States and Israel. But there is an additional layer here with True Promise 4, which is primarily to do with the resistance fronts. And before I talk to you about that, I've just recently came across a video, and I'm trying to check if it's yeah, more videos are coming. This was just circulating of more strikes or some of the other videos against that took place against the asset in Bahrain. I believe I showed you this video. This was the second strike. Let's have a look.
مسيرة اضرب 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 اضرب.
Yeah, and apparently, I couldn't verify this video. I'll share it with you anyway. A person went in with his actual scooter to the place of attack where Iran carried out the strike against the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. Either the initial or the second one. Let me just share this with you quickly.
كان ما يجيني صاروخ زياده من عندهم، كان ما يجيني انا وصلت لمكانهم، بس اخاف يجيني على الراش وياهم يا شباب. انا جاي اراويكم، ما حبيت ان اشوف من الصاروخ، بس اخاف ينزل علي غيره. بس ما عليكم الديره ديرتي. شوفوا يا شباب الصاروخ اكو، وانا والصاروخ وصلنا احنا للقاعده، داخل القاعده اكو صاروخ مالهم. شوفوا يا شباب طلعوا اكو صاروخ مالهم. شوفوا يا شباب طلعوا واستمتعوا شباب، استمتعوا. هذا المنظر مو الكل براويكم اياه شباب.
That looks genuine, and the guy seems very happy, saying enjoy the sight, look at the missile, very happy. I mean, the Bahraini people, they were clearly very happy about this attack coming from Iran. and very pleased with it. Likewise in other parts too. So these are the updates that happened so far when it comes to Iran's additional strikes that are happening. This, in case you haven't seen it, is the UAE attack. So this was one of the strikes on a US asset in Abu Dhabi earlier on, in case you haven't seen that video, by the way. So in total, Iran confirmed that they have 14 sites that they targeted so far. And Israel, though, Israel said that it sent a new fleet. That was several hours ago. But we haven't seen any additional attacks against Iran. The only thing we saw is the girls' school, this one, earlier on. And of course, the other strikes against the HQ of the supreme leader, and an attack that targeted the Iranian president Masoud Pezeshkian, who was later confirmed to be totally fine. His son confirmed that he is totally fine. Did Israel hesitate? That's an interesting question here. Immediately, several hours ago, they said we're sending another fleet, but we didn't see any attack. Or did the United States tell them take a step back? What happened there? Were they petrified? Did Iran get out something else from its pockets? What happened? They're clearly petrified, but they're trying to portray this as some sort of a victory. Because, you know, typical, the Israelis in general, you know, the Israeli administration. I mean, bar the non-Zionist Israelis, are hyper-pathological liars who lie more than they breathe. And in the form of Benjamin Netanyahu, the man is such a huge liar that he would go to lengths that you couldn't even imagine. But they learned a small lesson from the previous war against Iran by not having clear and big objectives. Like now he's saying the objective is to eliminate the existential threat against us. Oh, wow. An objective that he can claim has been accomplished now. Anytime. He'll come up with a random garbage statement. Oh, yeah, we eliminated the threat against our country. Who cares? Whereas last time they said, take down the establishment, take down the government, the supreme leader, the missiles, the nukes, the. Okay. Is this going to do something with the negotiations that are taking place? Will this bring any leverage? If there's going to be any leverage, that leverage is going to be to Iran. Iran just showed them exactly what they're made of and what they can do and how hard they can hit multiple locations. And we haven't seen the night scenes so far, by the way. So the evening is coming up slowly. The Iranians will have their iftar. And after that, there will perhaps be more waves happening against the genocide state. Let me open the space up for some community participation. Thank you, everyone, of course, for tuning in. In this ongoing coverage, like I said before, we'll either have an ongoing coverage or it might later on go to a new live stream coverage. Thank you for everyone who sent supers from the top up until Amanda, the Incog, Fairuz, and they're not doing anything for the American people. Absolutely, Fairuz, thank you. The churn as well. Thank you so much for your super, much appreciated. Odi Shlomo, the attack during Ramadan and their own Shabbat, despicable. Thank you, Mahmoud, for giving us the real war coverage. My media exposes the lie of the land of the free. Absolutely. And they like attacking in Ramadan. They like doing that. And Anna, thank you so much. Shlomo again. Odi Shlomo, this time Iran better swing for the fences by the looks of it. Summer is coming early to Tel Aviv. I want to see more of these, of those dancing missiles. Why Money Talks. Thank you, you're welcome. And everyone else, of course, who sent supers from the beginning, we mentioned before. What's happening? Well, what's happening is that Donald Trump decided to declare a military operation against Iran. And he began this operation with Israel. So eventually we had a combined attack by the American and Israeli terror forces against Iran. They targeted the HQ of the supreme leader. They tried to assassinate the president. They reportedly target some elements in the IRGC. And they killed over 50 girls in a girls' school and wounded over 60, according to some reports, in a disgusting massacre. But then again, you know, massacres are nothing strange on the American and Israeli terror forces. So all of these things, and of course, Iran had multiple retaliations afterwards. All of these things are showing that there's going to be something very big ahead of all of this, because Iran already targeted 14 bases in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, reports in Jordan too. All of that indicates that they are not going to back down from any sort of additional confrontation. As a matter of fact, Trump and the US are probably taken aback by the scale, because Iran told them now there's no geography. What Iran in essence has said now is that all of the Middle East is under our thumb. So what are you going to do now? Increase your attacks? Do you want to see the bigger missiles finishing the genocide state, or what is it exactly? The Terminator, is Turkey just going to sit and watch, sit on its hands and wait for its turn next to be targeted? Are they going to get involved and help Iran some way, directly or indirectly? This is the interesting part of what you mentioned, is the indirectly or directly. The indirectly, we don't know. Now, if someone doesn't have an interest in having someone or a country being damaged, they would take action indirectly. Directly, it would put Turkey in a more problematic situation with the United States, and they're trying to play a mediation role. Although they had and have tensions with the US. But the reality on the ground now is a translation of the abysmal situation of the countries who don't have a defense pact yet together. Only Saudi Arabia made one with Pakistan. Turkey is calling for a Middle East pact, but they're not there yet. But all of them know, and again, despite, by the way, because some Arab countries, because Iran attacked the American bases in their territories, went out and condemned the attacks. They have to do that diplomatically, because it's their territories. They can't be seen as not saying anything. But the whole thing is something that needs to change. Turkey knows very well, and all of the other countries too, that they're going to be next. American or no American base, by the way. But what Iran wanted to say is that we're not going to be waiting and you're not going to write the rules of engagement. You started it. We decide the rules of engagement and how far it goes. And again, it's very embarrassing now. If they're going to start, for example, more strikes or do something from the aircraft carrier, well, what if Iran starts to target the aircraft carrier? What are they going to do? Marines better learn how to swim to reach the closest shore. The ones in USS Gerald R. Ford already took the action necessary to try and delay, they stuffed the toilets. But really and truly, you should refuse orders and get the hell out of there. Because in this battle, you're the terrorist, like you were in many previous battles too, and wars. So someone else is going to do something on the USS Abraham Lincoln, stuff something else in the toilets, or maybe do something else, internal sabotage, so that this whole thing doesn't go through. Maybe. And these, by the way, this was the video of the missiles launched this morning. And Kim, thank you so much for your super, much appreciated, and everyone else. Anything from the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah? Yes, Ansarullah in Yemen said that they will be standing with Iran. And Hamas said that all of the nation needs to stand with Iran against the American-Israeli barbarity. Hezbollah, actually, I'm not sure if they made a statement or not yet. There's just coverage about it. It could be deliberate. It could be deliberate. Because they might be participating at one point. The only thing they've done is canceled a ceremony that they had. The churn were those cruise missile attacks. No, these Iranian ones are ballistic missiles. The cruise missiles were the American ones. The ones that I shared with you. Let me share them again, actually. This was in the beginning. And they were viewed over the Erbil area in Iraq. Tomahawk or cruise missiles that were being launched at the time towards the direction of Iran. This So these were the cruise missiles that were launched earlier on by the United States of America. And the scenes, by the way, of the massacres of the Israeli-American terror forces against Iran were horrendous, by the way. Especially with that school. Of course, we can't share them here on YouTube. But they were horrendous scenes, just like what Israel does in Gaza. This is what these people do. They slaughter kids. Iran's Parliament National Security Commission Secretary Dr. Bahram Saeedi said, We have set fire to US bases in 7 countries, and that was only a warm-up. Bahram Saidi, we have set up 7 American bases on fire in the region. That is only a warm-up. If that's a warm-up, what's the match going to be like? What's the shootout going to be like? The Terminator, everything is a potential target, yes. Money talks, as US veterans are homeless, America pays for Israel's illegal settlement homes in the West Bank. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Dino, you said any news from the countries that Iran bombed, will they join child-killing maniacs, or will they stand with Iran, will they do nothing? Chances are they'll do nothing. Listen, they made statements and had condemnations because of these attacks, which is, again, understandable from a diplomatic perspective, but not very reasonable or accurate, is it? The real situation you want to be in is not have any American bases in the region whatsoever. They're occupation bases at the end of the day. So there were condemnations from like Saudi Arabia, from other countries as well. And they're saying that they cannot be justified. But then again, from an Iranian perspective, these are American bases that are used against us. Them participating against Iran, that would be a suicide. That would be a suicide mission. It's not in their interest to do that. And listen, simultaneously with the attack, the foreign minister of Iran, he spoke with them. He told them it's not intended to you and your people. It's just that you happen to house American bases, and we're not happy with that. So we're going to attack them. Jimmy Eyes, the cruise missiles, they're apparently American. They were apparently sent by the United States. Could be Israel too, but it's most likely the United States that uses these missiles. And they were the ones that threatened Iran with cruise missiles before, like the Tomahawk missiles. So, yeah, that is from America, most likely, the United States. Now, the Israelis are saying that they have cautious optimism that they assassinated the supreme leader. And they are recognizing that they're admitting that multiple buildings have been hit in the central part of Israel, which could mean Tel Aviv or any areas close to Tel Aviv. Chances are the supreme leader will take very serious measures, but there was no confirmation or denial yet coming from Iran. And the attack that Iran went on after they were hit initially proves that they're basically not waiting for anything. They viewed the attack against the HQ of the Supreme Leader as a serious threat. So these were, again, the cruise missiles that were sent from, launched from the United States in the beginning of the attack against Iran earlier this morning. They were viewed over the Erbil area, over Iraq. And there are breaking reports now that there are images coming from Dubai now, apparently. Let's have a look. So these images and videos are apparently coming from Dubai. In what appears to be an explosion coming from Iran again, which means they're non-stop attacking these locations. So that was probably the third attack against any American asset in the UAE, which is quite a fair bit. That's what's been published. And multiple sources are confirming that this is in Dubai now. Okay, we have more videos coming from Dubai. Again, no verification for this yet, but this is reportedly coming from Dubai as well.
Quickly. Let's move quickly. Oh my god. Okay, I hope no people.
According to some people, they said that is in the Dubai area. This is another aerial view. Okay, guys, it seems like we wrapped up most of the updates that happened so far. There's most likely more to come towards the end of the evening. Actually, there's a video of the missile landing in Dubai. Let's have a look. So more sources are saying that that actually landed in Dubai. Not sure what the target was. And this is Tel Aviv. So Iran is they're literally targeting everything. It's crazy how quickly everything spiraled, by the way. You know, Iran told them initially, if you start it, we're going to treat it as an all-out war. And literally within 1 hour, over 4 countries started to get targeted and hit. And that message is resonating clearly, very heavily. Because what we're seeing now is constant attacks, by the way, coming from Iran without any counter attacks. So the United States did start it, and Iran isn't stopping. Every few minutes there's something new. It's as if their strategy that was there from the beginning is that even if they have one attack or one strike, it's going to be an all-out war, and that's exactly what Iran has done. And it's a very interesting situation, to be fair. Like it's a departure from previous moves from Iran. And apparently, although Saudi Arabia said that they did not allow the United States to attack Iran from their territories, the United States did, and hence why the attack came from Iran. Recent satellite imagery that compared the positioning of the fighter jets of the United States in one of the bases in Saudi Arabia showed different positions before and after the attack against Iran. And that usually isn't a coincidence. Oh, hold on. The British Prime Minister made a statement. Let's listen to what the British Prime Minister is saying.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the
Targets in Iran, and Iran targets with indiscriminate strikes. Here he begins.
British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability.
Deeply concerned.
And for the fate of innocent people across the region.
Oh.
Which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people.
We didn't participate, but the regime is utterly abhorrent. So in essence, it's saying, I don't want to be hit, but I hate them. I don't want to be hit by Iran, but I justify the attack against them because they're abhorrent. But his genocide supporting face isn't abhorrent. His spy missions over Gaza, when the bodies were under the rubble with people living, the British Royal Air Force over Gaza to send intel to Israel instead of rescuing the people, that's not abhorrent, is it? When the British volunteers were slaughtered and shot to death deliberately, bombed to death by Israel, Israel wasn't abhorrent, right? And you weren't abhorrent.
Brutally crushed dissent. And
dissent of the Mossad dissent.
Sought to destabilize the region.
Because you sent people with Israel to destabilize them.
Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community.
Oh my God. Yes, the Jewish community. They pose a threat to the... Where is he getting that from? Why does he have to butt in the Jewish community and everything that he has to say? What is this? The Jewish community.
Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil.
Oh no.
So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon.
But Israel that murders children can have nuclear weapons. But you, Mr. Advancement and Enlightenment and genocides in Iraq and Afghanistan, you're entitled to have nuclear weapons, huh?
That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today.
Oh my God, look at it. Look at how they flip it. My goodness, such evil, evil bastards, I'm telling you. That's the typical British establishment role. Evil bastard who pretends to be nice. Oh, I'm not there, but I condemn them, but they're evil. I didn't participate, but they're bad. The Jewish community. Oh my goodness, it's so sickening.
Partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations.
This child murderer, Keir Starmer, who justified cutting off water and food and electricity off the civilians in Gaza as the genocide was beginning to take place by Israel. This child, the kid starver, basically, this bastard, this Zionist bastard, Keir Starmer, is justifying what the United States and Israel are doing, but trying not to give Iran an excuse to kill British participants in the terrorism that they're conducting over there. Shut your despicable mouth. Spare us. Really. Oh, they started an attack, but we condemn Iran for responding. You know, like when Iran was hitting Israel back, he was urging Iran not to respond. Who are you? You despicable genocidal murderer. And why are you shoving the Jewish community nonsense 24/7? Trying to play up on this anti-Semitic, shut the hell up and get the hell out of our face. Despicable individual, despicable prime minister, despicable administration. You started this cancer. Britain started this cancer. The Balfour Declaration. Zionism, terrorism, it all started from Britain. They started this nonsense over there. Instead of taking an honorable, a humane position of distancing themselves and listening to the British public, listen to the British public, you despicable bastard. Listen to the British public. Millions in the street, 24/7. Instead, no, they'll go and stand with the Zionists to say that we're protecting the Jewish community. Thankfully, there were many members of the Jewish community that he doesn't like, by the way, protesting against these claims in Britain, saying, don't speak in the name of the Jewish community. So when they say the Jewish community, anti-Semitism, and all of that nonsense, by the way, they mean to shut you down from criticizing the Zionists. That's the evil way, manipulating things, you know, gaslighting, deflecting. And he's saying, oh yeah, we have defense over there. No, you don't have defense over there. You have offense over there. Any British individual participating in that part of the world is a terrorist working against the people and killing them. Britain was sending intel for Israel on what to attack and not to attack in Gaza with over 200 flights from Cyprus. That's terrorism. Britain arms Israel. That's supporting terrorism and genocide. And instead of departing from these policies, Kid Starver comes back to show his true ugly face again. Iran is a threat against the Jewish community. Where did you get that from? Iran has a Jewish community. It happens to be non-Zionist, though. Or are you talking about the Zionist community? Or are the only Jews, you like the Zionist Jews, but you don't like the non-Zionist Jews? Say it as it is. Kid Starver. Anyway, I get sick of him whenever I see him for like 2 minutes, Kid Starver. But in essence, typical, you know, trying to justify these attacks taking place against Iran, this actual terrorism against Iran, and the slaughter of girls. Did he have a comment, Kid Starver, about the 50 girls that were killed in Iran? Did he mention a word about them? Or is that not terrorism, Mr. British Prime Minister Kid Starver? These are school bags. 50 girls were butchered by your allies, you genocidal murderer. Your terrorist, despicable allies did that to girls in Iran. Don't you have a statement on that? Doesn't. Like he didn't have a statement about the 30,000 Palestinian children who his allies murdered and butchered in broad daylight. And probably kidnapped many, by the way, and stole organs and what have you. And again, anyone participating in this terrorism is a terrorist at the end of the day. And if they go there towards Iran or help Israel, they'll be paying the price. That's what's going to happen to them. Okay, we have... some developments taking place. It looks like Iran isn't stopping whatsoever. There's more footage coming from Dubai. Let's have a look at this video over here. So that was the recent video that came out from a strike in Dubai, according to some reports coming out. Okay. Some people are saying that this is Kuwait International Airport, although Iran didn't say it targeted the Kuwait International Airport, but it could be perhaps an air defense system being activated and something happening there. By the way, there are some videos circulating of that are not entirely accurate, by the way. One of them was an attack on Haifa, a huge explosion, which was actually in Damascus, that Israel had. But of course, we're trying to get you the verified videos based on, of course, multiple sources and the location and what have you. But unfortunately, sometimes some people, I mean, unknowingly, to be fair, some people don't do it deliberately, but you kind of repost, some people repost videos without really checking the authenticity of them. Chris F and Ron, thank you so much for your supers, much appreciated. Okay, guys, so what we'll do, we'll hopefully end this stream now. There will be either another stream, an evening stream, with more developments and summaries, or individual videos. Thank you for everyone who stayed with me throughout all of this live stream, and all of the participants as well. Thank you so much for your support. Special thanks to everyone, of course, who sent supers, much appreciated. I believe I mentioned everyone, and if I haven't mentioned you, it's of course non-intentional. Much love and respect to all of you, and thank you very much for your continued support and participation. So hopefully we've covered everything so far from the first day of the attack, and I'm guessing that I will have more live streams, because the live streams give us more time to kind of cover everything. It's going to be more difficult to cover so many things in one video, because what happens is, and I know some of you prefer shorter videos, but what happens is sometimes you can't really put in too much in one video, and then you'll have something else anyway, and so by the time the video's there, it becomes irrelevant almost, right? But we'll try and do as much as possible, mostly live streams. So thanks so much, everyone, and I'll hopefully see you very soon. Take care, guys. Right now, misinformation spreads faster than facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. Instead of guessing who to trust, you can see structured verification and analysis behind every major issue.